I think, is that it, right? That's the thing? And that thing? And hey there, friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It's so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is March 19th, 2024, and we're going to write a little bit of code today. How you doing there, chat room? I'm seeing that my sound effects aren't quite running in the background there. Give me 1 second. Let me see. I was doing some other configuration things in the background. Oh yeah, that. Thanks. I know about that one. We'll just do this and that and right.
Oh my.
There it is. So good to see you, friends. Yeah, today is March 19th. There's a new version of OBS that was installed, so funny things may be happening today. We'll see. I'm keeping an eye on things. We're continuing minimal March. All of our work at the command line all month long. We tried to do some stuff on Friday that failed miserably. We'll dive back in and recap what happened there, and maybe we'll even pause things for a little bit and actually put together some isolated video isolate some video so that we can deliver cut a little YouTube video around that, so that folks who have a similar problem can dive in and find a solution in the future. Let me say hello to the chat room. We're broadcasting live to YouTube and Twitch, so you can be watching on either service. There we are. Hello. There's our friends. Let me review and catch up with everybody. How's it going there? Napalm Codes. Yes, good time zone to everybody out there. Napalm's been quite busy, and we're going to take a look at the results of some of his work today. Really great stuff diving into OpenTelemetry. We're going to take a look at that today, and I also want to build a new website. I want to build the front door, the splash screen, the brochureware for Tags app. Just take some time and build a simple static website from scratch all the way through to deployment on Azure. Let's talk through and see what that's all about, how we can do that, and we should be able to do that in less than an hour or two. I also want to show you a service that I built literally in 15 minutes yesterday. Built, deployed, and it's ready for extensibility. Yeah, I'll show you that in a little bit as well. How you doing there? Fail to connect. Good morning, lanky Scottish nerd. I love the emotes. How you doing there, Surly Dev? Why don't we send greetings based on the one time zone that rules them all? GMT? No, I don't think so. No. JavaCraft, I'm doing well. Yes, I managed to fix the Azure issue. More on that when we get to it. Because I don't want to get into trouble just yet. Because I'm going to get into trouble for this. There's a lot I'm going to say today that I'm going to get into trouble about. And I don't care. Quite frankly, folks need to hear this, and folks need to be upset about some of the things that I'm frustrated about. And yeah, this is going to be a little Fritz Unplugged today. Let me tell you, we're going to get to a couple points. Happy X seconds since 1/1/1970. Come on now. JavaCraft says, thank you for supporting American Cancer Society. Found out their aunt has stage 1 lung cancer undergoing chemotherapy. All the best to you and your family, JavaCraft. That it is hard to go through. It was a struggle. My aunt going through it. All the best to you and yours. Yeah, happy to pay it forward a little bit of support to the American Cancer Society. Yeah, best wishes to your aunt. Absolutely. Mythin, thank you so much for the resub, and I'll make a donation to the American Cancer Society. 30 months indeed. Yeah, look at that. Hey, McNets, good to see you. Jens, hello, good afternoon to you. Arta RZV, hello. Oh, thank you. Very kind, saying right there, best teacher. Hello. Oluwatoyan? Oluwato? I hope I have that. I know I don't have that right. Help me out there. I want to make sure I pronounce your screen name right. Love the stream. Would be honored to be a fan. Absolutely. If I'm interested in growing my audience, feel free to add you. That's not how this works. We want more videos. Working on it. How you doing there, Weird Beard Dev? Yeah, let's freaking go. How you doing there, Badgers here on YouTube? Good to see you. Understand frustration. If I get in trouble, so be it. Absolutely. You've had a tough time with Azure, and if Microsoft can make improvements to make it easier, then it's a win. Yes. Quite frankly, so one of the things that happened on Friday was I went to show you how I'm going to grab a configuration key for Redis cache on Azure, and the passwords are all exposed as clear text on the authentication screen. AZ Mask does not hide those values. And quite frankly, you shouldn't need an extension to hide values that Azure is doing a poor job of obfuscating. Keys, API keys, and passwords should not be exposed clear text in the console. I'll go you one further. Phone numbers should not be exposed as clear text in the console, because there's a random timer that goes off every now and again on the Azure portal, and it pops up a modal dialog that says, hey, we need to double check. Is this your phone number? There is no hiding it. There is no obscuring it. They're just going to show your phone number. So if an executive is giving a demo, giving a keynote somewhere, that's going to pop up. C-Sharp Josh, thank you for the resub.
Just resubscribed for 52 months.
If a schmuck like me is giving demos live on the internet at a conference to customers, it's gonna pop up. It's not a question of if, it's a question of who are you going to be embarrassed in front of? Who are you going to be doxxed in front of? And for that reason, I am going to minimize the amount of time that I show the Azure portal on stream. I'm not going to go all the way to say Azure's been banned from stream, but I'm going to keep to a minimum the amount of time that Azure has screen time, because it will dox me. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. I went off about that on Friday. Sent some rather pointed messages, and people were not too happy with me. Not a problem with the product, problem with the message. I know there's a number of folks in the press that watch this stream. Go ahead and write it up. Go ahead. Because I'm ready to ride this one to the bank. So sounds like a Cash App deal. How you doing there? Juan Van, hello. Azure Functions. It does need to get better. I've done some work with Azure Functions, and that's actually a little bit of what I built yesterday. Worked great. I'm torn between why use Azure Functions when I can use Azure Container Apps and get the exact APIs and things that I'm familiar with, without having to use this half-created, bastardized version of ASP.NET that, quite frankly, doesn't perform anywhere near as well as ASP.NET. Why not just use Azure Container Apps instead? And then I get everything that I'm used to and don't have to worry about any of that. So I am ready for all the spicy takes today, and I'm happy to defend all of those. So I'm going to go down here and start some music in the background. This is called Lithium on Ice. There it is. This is music that's DMCA free, royalty free at streambeats.com. Big thanks to Harris Heller and his team of creators for putting this music together that we're listening to today. What is this, GitLab? No. If Microsoft can add a show hide button, that would be better. So there already is on a significant number of screens. A significant number of screens. They're just, it isn't a standard practice across all of Azure. And that's a problem. That's a problem. Going to pull it over. If you want to show something, then point out on the Azure site. Exactly. Yep. It is going to be Spicy Fritz Day. Yes. I am on a roll and I am unhappy. Coming up Friday. Friday, we're going to have a full day of streaming here on the channel. 11 a.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. We're going to have Modern.NET Web Day. Folks from the community are going to be joining us throughout the day to talk about how you can build web applications with .NET in a modern way that takes advantage of artificial intelligence, modern architectures, modern practices, and things like we've seen all kinds of Blazor in the past. How do we get this stuff into production? Like, what's that like? We're going to be talking about GitHub and Copilot, how you can do more with Copilot than just use it to autocomplete your messages. Coming up on Friday, there's an event you should see on Twitch. There's an event posted on YouTube. Wherever you are, join us on Friday. We're going to be using TagsApp throughout the day so that you can ask questions. All of our presenters are going to present for 45 minutes. They're going to talk about their topic. And then we're going to have a 15-minute live Q&A using TagsApp, coming back to you and your questions to make sure that you feel comfortable about these types of topics that are going to help you to be a successful web developer with .NET in the age of OpenAI. We've got content about OpenAI we're going to talk about, how you can use OpenAI to build and extend your .NET projects. It's going to be a very interesting event. I hope you tune in. I hope you join us Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific. All right, and what's that? 1600 UTC. No, 1500 UTC, because of the Americans just off on the time change. Or, no, UTC is now 4 hours. So, it's all good. No, we already identified the hat a little bit earlier. That's going to be right here on this channel. So, we'll be talking about all those topics. Yeah, live here. I had a client tell me it wouldn't be easy to make a carpart.com site. Oh, they're funny. They're funny. You make calls to an OpenAI to do whatever. That's right, but there's APIs and libraries built to help you with that make it a lot easier to do it. So you're not kind of constructing this stuff from scratch and trying to figure out how to handle return codes and responses, parse them apart, and decide what to do with them. There's APIs, libraries, and tools that will help you do that better. I do remember the Voodoo graphics card. That was a thing. Totally a thing. Let me make sure we're set to go over here. Yeah, I think we can do that. We can go in there. You had a 16. I forget what version I had of the Voodoo. But right, having the SLI video cards, you had the Voodoo graphics card, and then you had your normal graphics card, and they worked together to give you the high-end graphics. I remember saving my money from an internship over the summer, and so that I could buy a Voodoo graphics card. Oh my gosh! And it was like $400 or $500 to install them in my computer. My parents thought, you're gonna save your money to improve your computer just so you can get better graphics. Yeah. Would you rather me spend $400 to get a new Sega Genesis or a PlayStation? I'm buying a graphics card to improve the computer I'm taking back and forth to school. eJavaCraft asks, can I use Azure to host my static website? Is it possible to point my .com to Azure? Do I just change the NS1 to NS2? Tell you what, why don't we start with that topic? Why don't we start with that topic today? And I can talk about a website that I built yesterday, literally in 30 minutes, 15 minutes. It was maybe 15 minutes to build the website. It's not even a website. And get it deployed was another 10 to 15 minutes tops. So, hey there, Eric. Good to see you. Hello. I was wearing my Guinness hat around most of the weekend for St. Patrick's Day, and got a number of compliments on that. So, particularly my Irish coworkers called out. They're like, I see what you did there. I'm like, I know, right? It doesn't scream beer. But at the same time, like, Irish folks and folks of Irish descent see that, and they're like, okay. So, CTI Geek, when they were a teenager, worked summer jobs so you could save up to buy a Tascam 16-track studio recorder. Oh, man. And saving up to buy a Sound Blaster card. Yeah, right? Like, when we were young. Let's do this. Yeah. I think it's over here. I don't think this is a public. It is public. Okay. Let me head over to the Linux machine. This is Minimal March. We're working on Linux all month long. This is a new website that I built, deployed in literally 15, 20 minutes yesterday. I was actually on another call with somebody, and I went through and I built this. I'm like, I need a website to do a thing. Here's the deal. And it's not even a website. It's an Azure Functions app. The discord.csharpfritz.com URL was hanging. And I needed that to be able to redirect and get you into Discord. And now it does. So if I do, it'll pop open Discord and go through and do a whole bunch of things. And I don't want it to do that. Anyways, so how did I do that? How do I make that happen? So, and it comes back to the question we had just a little bit ago. I did start a little bit earlier today, Dr. Cox. Just a little bit earlier. Like maybe 10 minutes early today. And we are on daylight savings. But to eJavaCraft's question of, well, how do you host something? Let me get there. So this is a little website. Source code is available. It's at fritz.links in my GitHub. But this is a very simple Azure function that just has the regular config stuff here. But I added a little redirect function in here, and it has an anonymous configuration, and anybody can connect to this. And it's at r/some short URL. So I'm building my own URL shortener. There's more that I can do with this, but I just needed to be able to redirect Discord for right now. So if there is no short URL passed through, just return OK and no content. But if there is, redirect it to this Discord link. Otherwise, if there's something there, I don't care what it is, send it to my blog. And I set this up and published this in Visual Studio. I literally did right-click publish, and it's out here as a function app. Now, to the question of how do you put this at your own custom domain, I'll show you how to do that in just a second. Because right by default, it comes up with a domain like this, fritzlinks.azurewebsites.net, and it's the same for app service. If you go to this address, you just get, hey, your Functions app is running. Like, okay, big deal. But if I go to the address and I go /r/, it doesn't matter what else is here, it's going to redirect to my website. So I've got a very simple URL shortener that's dumb and only knows about Discord. I can add more content. I can extend and build more onto that later, but I just needed it to be able to route to the Discord. So how do I turn this into a custom domain? Well, check this out. Over here on the side, there is custom domains. Okay. Click into custom domains, and it's going to show you, here's your IP address, here's your custom domain verification ID. There's more there, so it's not the whole thing. So I'm okay showing that on screen. Once again, Azure does not hide keys, API identifiers, subscriber IDs, these things that are sensitive. It does not hide them by default. Click Add Custom Domain. And over here above me, you have a series of options that you can go through to specify and build your domain. Is your domain registered with that app service? Mine is not. Mine's actually out on Namecheap. Okay. Do you want app service to manage the certificate for you? That's free. Or do you want to add a SSL certificate sometime later? You can do that. Add a certificate later. But if app service is going to generate and manage your certificate for you for free, turn it on and make it SNI. It's not. Don't use the IP based SNI, right? And you can see here when you mouse over this, SNI binding is free of cost, supported by most modern browsers. Just about every browser does this. Okay. If you choose IP, you have to pay for it. Key in your domain, and it's going to give you a couple of directions for some place to go and configure and set up your domain. I'm not going to scroll through and show all of this because, once again, it's going to show text that you will be able to use to hijack the application. So if I say I want to put this on foo.somewhere.com, right? Down here, well, it's going to show it all anyway. So you create a CNAME record on your DNS service. You create a text record with this value on it, and you'll be able to route foo.somewhere.com. It'll listen for that now and route and pick that up. After you go create those records, you click validate, and it will, after a few seconds, because DNS has to propagate, pick up and accept and handle that. And you can see here, links.csharpfritz.com is handled by this domain name, and it has a certificate wired up to it because I requested it. That's all you have to do. And now, instead of going to fritzlinks.azure websites, I can go to links.csharpfritz.com and I get the exact same thing. Okay? So, real easy to do. You can do that on App Service, Azure Functions, Azure Container Apps. It's the exact same feature in all of those locations, okay? Go ahead and start using these domain names that you've bought. You have out there waiting for you. Get them hooked up to locations on Azure and make them real so that folks can navigate to and use your applications, okay? And I'm going to drop a marker right there so that I can come back and find that. I'll cut that out and turn it into a YouTube video so that other folks can find. Certainly Dev may have 4 domains that you do nothing more than custom email addresses. I've got about 15. I've got about 15. So this is very simple link application that right now is set up to route that one address. Why not set it up to do more so that I can route more, create more collections of links and resources, and I can tell people, go to links.csharpfritz.com/r, and right, these are redirects, right? I could create link collections as a web page, and here's a list of links, and then I don't have to go through the whole bit.ly mess. So that's a consideration also. Source code is out there. There's nothing to this. It's literally this switch expression you see here. Take a look. Let me know what you think. Real easy to to build and work with. And like I said, I built this and had it deployed in like a half an hour, and then rerouted discord.csharpfritz.com to that links address so that it routes people immediately right into my Discord. So that was something that I built yesterday. The other question that we had was about, I had an issue with being able to log in and manage my app services. This was a real pain in the neck. We didn't know what was going on. I would click into, and particularly I was trying to restart my blog, and I didn't have access to these things. What was the deal with that? So here's the situation. If you look at the subscription, so mine's called Windows, Azure, MSDN, Visual Studio Ultimate, there is permissions on this. And when I clicked View My Access, I didn't have this access, owner. I was user access administrator. Literally, all I could do was manage users. I had to grant myself back the owner access to this. The way you do that, click into role assignments. I'm sorry, not click into role assignments. Click add role assignment, and privileged administrator roles, and choose owner. Go through and review and assign. You'll have owner access, and away you go. You're able to manage and have full control over your subscription again. For this is something that everybody is going to need to do before August, because they're converting from what they call classic administrator configuration that's been running on Azure for 10 plus years to new role-based authentication, RBAC. Okay? Make sure you do this in your personal Azure subscriptions. If you don't, you will lose access to be able to manage your assets. You must do this before the end of August 2024. So the Classic Administrator deprecation is coming. However, I had a mischarge on my configuration because they had an expired credit card, and it attempted to charge a card that expired. They came back and said, "Hey, this didn't work." They started to remove my access as they do when you don't pay your bill. I went through, gave them a correct credit card, I gained access to my stuff again, and they didn't return all of my permissions to the previous state. That's a bug. They haven't acknowledged it as a bug. They didn't respond to my request for help within 24 hours. Quite frankly, I had somebody on Twitter tell me, "Oh, I had the same thing, and here's what the solution is." I called people who work on Azure. They didn't know what the problem was. This is a bug on Azure that, quite frankly, they're not acknowledging. They're not going to fix. You need to do this yourself, okay? So make sure you go through and set yourself as owner, all right? Because on my subscriptions, I was listed as user specified access, not as owner. It's a feature. This is where they're migrating things to. Instead, I'm the only user on these accounts. Instead of making me the owner in the new role, they didn't. They just turned me off as administrator. Okay? So make sure you turn that back on. I'll record another video on that. So, keeping an eye on things here. Looking around. Okay. CNAME is added in your domain provider. Yes. When I added CNAME record as that on the domain provider page, like, yeah. Yep, for me it's Namecheap. No, it's not. So there is if your domain is managed by Azure, there's an option to just turn it on using the app service managed domain, right? If Azure manages your domain, you can just flip a switch and it works. Mine is not. Mine's over on namecheap.com is where I go for my domains. This is not sponsored by Namecheap. So I went there. I dropped in the 2 entries that they specified. I gave it like 2 minutes, clicked validate, and everything lit up for me. So it's not just an attempt, it's a push where they want you to shut off unnecessary privileges. There are way too many attacks coming in. It's too easy for folks to stand up additional attacks to come through and take down your Azure resources and then gain access to whatever your Azure Active Directory is protecting. So in the end, it's what they're doing is admirable. They're because they're right. They've given us more than 6 months notice that it's coming. It's a little clumsy at this point is all that's going on. So, all right. Next steps. There's a couple issues that have been created, updated out here. Let's talk through some of these. Some decent things out here. So Discord bot provider is being worked on. Over here, that's Fail to Connect is working on that. Jay Bronzema Jr. That's Badger. There you go. Following admin sections require a force reload in order to work. The list of providers, UI customization, and mobile customization. Yeah, we're gonna have to go through and address those at some point. Hey there, Chris Jones. Hello. Why do you move to Cloudflare for renewals? What are your thoughts there? Badger also suggests we need to be able to edit or modify the tags that it's searching for. You're right. We do. I was in a conversation yesterday with somebody and they said, you know what, we also the app is going great. It'd be great if we could pick up speed on development a little bit, and at some point we need to get to supporting multiple tags. Yeah, we do. Then we can stand up a large multi-tenant service, let folks pay for access to be able to interact with and do some of these things. Totally. Cheaper? Yeah. Those are all great ideas. Quite frankly, I've got work things over the next month that I've got to get done. But I'd love to push in that direction and get some more of that happening. Edit and modify tag, I think, is a good first step, pushing in that direction. We had some great conversation over the weekend and yesterday about the logo for Tags app. There was an initial logo that our friend Junie Von Esch put together. That's this vertical tag, and we had some discussion. Well, can we turn that sideways? And we've got some work started on that to turn it sideways so that it looks good at the top of a masthead, various things like that. That work is coming. Junie's been doing a good job wrenching on that and trying to make it look right. And importantly, this is going to sound weird. This image looks friendly. I don't know how to explain this. There's no sharp edges. It doesn't, right? It doesn't look aggressive. They're cool tones. So it looks helpful, dare I say? And right there's a vibe that I get off of looking at these colors and this shape of a logo. Do you know what I mean, chat room? Right? And if the edges were very sharp, right? The tag has nice rounded corners, and the hash sign has a little bit rounded corners on there, and it doesn't feel intimidating. What am I smoking? Shut up. So
What'd you do?
I'm talking about a hashtag here. Squash the hashtag slightly on the vertical. I kind of agree with you, yes. So it's a little bit high into the triangle. So, right, maybe, so the idea was make it a little bit smaller, move it down a little bit, and also turn it sideways. And having a little bit rounded edges so so there's no sharpness to it. And I think there's some, right, it doesn't look angry, right? If it has really sharp edges and it was red and black, it's like angry, right? Cool colors, and turn sideways, I think makes it a little bit easier to put it on a masthead. Turn it sideways, stick it straight up. Yeah. Well, that's different. That's different. You know what he's referring to. You know what Napalm's referring to. Oh,
you didn't know?
yes, I did know. Anyways, so having a friendly tone of logo is something we're trying to get here. Slightly round the corner radius, it would match the outer tag, and yeah. A little bit more rounding on the corner radiuses. Yeah. So that's the idea, and this was just a prototype that we were kicking around and literally Junie put together in 5-10 minutes and said, well, what about this? And we're ready to start iterating on this and take some ideas, right? Because if I copy this image, right, and if we open, come on, where's the thing here? That, right? If we open the GIMP, the GNU Image Manipulation Program. What? Launch. Yeah. Give me a new. That's fine. Sure. Right. And if we were to say image, crop to content. Thank you. Right, just the real quick transform, rotate counterclockwise. Right, it doesn't look quite right. It's not bad, and now some of those rounded edges feel weird. So, but that a little bit smaller fits nicely on a masthead at the top of the website. So. We're going through some iterations on that, working on different shades of purple, that kind of thing. So, it's coming. But that's going to help. I don't know why. Why did it open in Discover? I don't know. But that's going to help with building a landing page for Tags app, which we're going to do in just a little bit here. So... other issues that were open here. This is from David. It's Nova here. Would it be great to give the ability to reply to posts on all platforms and even post new posts? So right now it's Tags app is a read-only application. I did add links into message details. So as a moderator, when you go into the message detail screen, you can click and get to that message. It's kind of hard. You can't really do that on the live chat platforms like Twitch chat and YouTube chat. But you can get right to that message so that you can reply. So we do have this feature. It is available. There is a link provided in the message details, pop up on the moderation screen, so that moderators can navigate directly to the message and reply on that on the source platform directly. Closing for now. So it's already there. It's not a native user interface to reply. I'm okay with that. Add a notification when settings are saved in admin pages. So Badger started with a pull request to fix that. We would need to decide on what notification style to use or plugin. So Badger added, right? I mean, there's a pull request here. Added a little bit of a toast feature. Basic toast system that looks like this. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Badger, are you still over there? That's right. C# doesn't want sharpness. You got it. I want it safe for children. You got it, Eric. Is this ready to merge? Couple of conflicts. We can resolve that. That's not too bad. So. One second here. Fantastic. So, if this is, it's ready for me to do whatever. Okay, is it wired into those save operations, save notification bits? So you've created a Bootstrap folder, message severity extensions. Okay, I see what you've done there. So in the config user interface on save added a message. I see. So you probably did that on most of these. Yeah, look at that. Okay, okay. So those are the various. So there's Twitter config, and then the toast is a little component. Implements iDisposable with a little bit of message there. Message severity to background color. Love it. Body text, depending on severity, white or black. Okay, toast provider razor. And there's the toast message. Adding toast service, and toast service is just a state message relay that you're sending. Nice. And add some imports there. Here we are in the server-side app. In modal customization, cleared out a couple of using statements that aren't needed. Injecting toast service. Yep. Cool. Okay, thank you for clearing out that unneeded using. And added it in UI customization. Put the toast provider in the layout. Nice. Very cool. And there's a slight collision here. We'll merge. And we'll get this rolled out. We'll get this included in the mix here. And, of course, I use Tags app on Wednesdays during my C# with C# Fritz stream on the Microsoft channels, where we'll be teaching about Blazor. And there was a comment on the recording from last week. Why do you only teach the basics on the stream? You should be teaching more advanced things. Hi, how you doing? I'm Jeff. We're over here, not just teaching advanced things, but working through them together. Like, I get to advanced topics. I do. You're watching the early episodes of this, and I'm going to be doing some much more advanced topics. We need to get there. All right, so there's a little merge conflict here we need to resolve. So let's open up command line and get to work here. Spoiler alert, that's where we're going to be working. Can I open a new tab? Yeah. Sure. And I'm going to go up a couple and go into tags app over here. Good. Fire up tmux because I like all the tmux. I like being able to move things around here in panels and whatnot. So we need to resolve some conflicts in these two files. And let's see. This is Twitch chat config UI. We should be able to accept both. Like, I think it's okay that we take both. That was the only conflict. Okay. Well, that one's good. Modal customization. So 3 conflicts in this one. Can I please everyone all at once? Right? Sorry. Take out the trash. I did take out the trash last night. All right. That's done. I'm working on it. So I think we want to accept the incoming change on that. And I think we want the incoming change on that also. So the only other thing is this. And I think we want the incoming change on that. So cool. Can I want to take a look at this locally just to make sure, right? Hey, I was working here. Yeah. So back over here, and I'm just going to paste those 2 commands so I can take a look at the app in the state that Badger left it there. So do I have? So let me restart PG tags, and I will. Oh, wrong. Keep thinking that's my Alt key. There we go. Up 1. All right. And up here, I'll go to source, tags app. No, not tags. .blazor. And let's .NET watch. See what we get. And I see BattleNet is still open over here. We're going to close that so it doesn't make any more noises. There we go. You came to the GitHub moment? Yeah, why not? And there we go. So if I go and log in, there's my credentials for my local service. So if I go over to my admin page, that really bothers me that doesn't load. So let's go in and, I'll just choose Mastodon here and I'll just change a setting, save, We've hit this again. We've hit this again. There's the toast. And it's appearing underneath those other ones. And, right, I had changed. Okay, so that worked. Why didn't it work the first time? Yeah, there's a Z index in there. Let's see if we can clean that up real quick. Let's see if we can clean that up real quick. That's going to be, right, the toast was in the tags app, Blazor, yeah, right, index 999. Right, it's somewhere in here. Go find it for me. There's toast, right? So it has a class of toast and fade. There's Z index 999. See it way over there? Way down there. Right? Right there. Let's add a couple more nines. Like, that never angered anybody. So, hot reload succeeded. Fantastic. Do it again. No. Really? Let me F12 into that, John. Computed. What's your Z index there, friend? There is no Z index. Interesting. That doesn't have Z index. So where is toast container? That's the toast. Okay. I'm looking at a button. Ah. Toast container. There it is. So, yeah. Where's the CSS for that? I'll go back over here. We'll take a look at the list of files. Because I know you put it into some CSS here. What do you... Thank you. No. What are you doing here, GitHub? Right? There's a... Where is it? It's Bootstrap's built-in CSS. Interesting. Okay. So... So if we do that, there it is, rebuilding. Rebuilding because I changed CSS. Like, send a huge CSS payload down that's like 1 meg. Yeah. No, I want to be able to tree shake Bootstrap a little bit. So there's the toast container. And it does have the Z index that I requested. So now if I go into Mastodon... There we go. There we go. Look at it. We got this fixed. We got this fixed. All right. So I will... yeah, I'm down there. So I only care about toast provider. So let's add source, tags app, Blazor, client, thank you, components, toast provider. I'll commit that. Forcing z index of provider to 999 so that it's always on top. Cool. Well, it doesn't really matter, actually. I'm going to squash this whole thing anyway. That's cool that you didn't need to add any CSS classes, that it was already there and we just didn't do anything with it, you know? Okay, so if I go back over to the hub of all things Git, right? So if we refresh, does it include my commit? It should. Yeah, there we go. Wait, what? So where did that go? It wants me to put a pull request back into yours to add it to this. All right, I'm just going to merge this and then merge in the change that I just pushed up to complete that. Because you complete me. Yeah, okay, so that was the merge resolution we did. So I'm going to squash and merge. Because this is I like little user interface updates that add a lot of value without creating without creating a lot of work for everybody. So, sure. Merged. Good. And I will create another pull request that just fixes the whatever. Yeah. Is that my really? Okay. Sure. It's weird. It's going to create the same thing a second time. That's going to... Yeah. Right. I want the incoming change. There's another conflict? Oh. Oh. That curly brace. Committing. Let's go. All right. So, yeah, it's going to run through the tests, blah, blah, blah. Now, the next one that we're going to go through, I'm really excited about the next one the next pull request we're going to look at here. Once again, we're reviewing stuff that folks like you in the chat room wrote and contributed to Tags app. This change alone, to do the little bit of toast notification, nice little update that just adds so much value to this, right? I can't change it. This bugs me. This one bugs me. Anyway, there we go. Yeah, let's see here. Let's go. No. I don't think that's bouncing off of the right server. And we'll get that fixed also while we're here. Hey there, Alu. Yeah, that's not going off the right. We're not going off the right Redis, the right server for that content just yet. In fact, let me do this. Git checkout main. Yeah. check out main, git pull upstream main. I'm not going to push it just yet. No, hang on. So, yep, that's done. Squash and merge. Let's find it. Okay. Done. That's merged. So now go back over here, and I will pull upstream main one more time. Yes. So push that up. And now let's go back over to Vim. So app settings in here should be going to Twitch Relay tagsapp.net because I finished deploying the Twitch Relay. Toast notification snack bars and soon to be espresso confirmation boxes. You got to quit worrying about how to update it and not break everything. That should be answering, and it's not. Let's take a quick look here. If I go to Twitch Relay tagsapp.net, it's a functions app that we built and deployed here. And if I go to API profile pics, and I say C# Fritz, Alu the Crow, oh, and I'll throw the Fritz bot in there as well. Right? It should come back with profile information. And there's my profile picture. It's being relayed to me. But it's not. Something's not. Doesn't appear to be relaying that information properly. So let's take a look-see. And then we're going to add OpenTelemetry here. Oh, it's going to be so good. So good. So let's take a look back over here. So we should be able to see the request to, because it shows us all the HTTP requests. We should see the requests out to Twitch, the Twitch relay. Oop, there's the error right there. Connection refused. Oh. See, it's trying to go to localhost. I know what this is. So I want to go, well, let's check out. Right. No. There we go. See, that's in app settings. App settings development has the localhost URI here. I'm just gonna remove that and restart that, John. And then chat room, Twitch chat room. I'm gonna need a little bit of this. Hey, Big Pod, nice to see a stream on YouTube works better for you. That's great. Yeah, I've been syndicating to YouTube for a while. For exactly that reason. So now if we go back over here, can we get some messages there from the chat room? And we should start to see some of that information load up out here. That is a message? Are you sure that is a message? Now we get your profile pictures. Now we got the profile pictures. And yeah. If there's a GitHub, where's the Git wife? Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. So now we're getting profile pictures built out on the Redis cache. Nope, we're good. We're good. I think, do I have? I think I have Redis Insight over here. I do. Do I have? No, I don't have the Azure connection on this one. Give me 1 second. I'll add the Azure connection there. So we can see that. Because it is kind of fun to see that data arriving up there. So it's the same Redis cache that I use for my blog. Because the entries for profile pictures are so small, I'm like, I don't care. So I will copy a bit of the connection string here. Yep, and I need the password. I don't think there is a username. Let me try and get that added. I think I need to use TLS. There it goes. Now I can show it. Now we can show it. So Twitch just tends to buffer way too much. Okay. So there's my WordPress stuff. What's this? It's funny, it's not collapsing. Like grouping stuff together here. Oh shoot, what do I? Don't flip back there. There we go. What did I prefix it with? In the relay. I forget what I called it. Right, because I put a Twitch profile : why don't you see those? Because I can see them. Like, I'll look for Dr. Cox, 1911. There they are. So, 12 profiles coming through from the Twitch relay so that it caches profile information in here. So when I click in, it has all of your profile information cached for half an hour, and then it'll refresh. So the requests coming back from Redis takes single digit milliseconds, like 5 milliseconds to query and load data from here, versus about 150 milliseconds to get it from Twitch directly. So I'm literally saving hundreds of milliseconds pulling it from my own local cache instead of going back to Twitch each time to identify where your profile pictures are. And every half hour, if you change your profile picture right now, your messages that are showing up on Tags app, they'll be updated with your new profile picture in about half hour. So, have a good one, High Tech Redneck. Converting .NET Framework to Core, that's definitely a process. Definitely a process. So, good luck with that. I'm going to, hello? Why am I not? I'm on the bottom there. Why is it not typing and doing anything? Like, there I am. No. I don't get it. Okay. So let me commit that change. Updated to allow developers to work with Twitch content from the production relay. Because I don't mind you going to the production relay. And I'll go back over to main here. I think we can, yeah, let's just leave that open for funsies. Just do a quick pull request, merge that in, and then we're going to take a look at OpenTelemetry. Compare cross forks. Here we go. No, not that one. That one. Fix relay in production. There it is. And it's just a configuration change. It shouldn't build things. Are you kidding? Okay. And we're going to talk about our last pull request here. Pull upstream main. Get push. There we go. Let me clean up some branches here. Let's feature Twitch relay. I can get rid of that. There we go. Clear. So, I forget fix first start. I think we cleaned that up. I think that's gone. I'm deleting it anyway. Forgot the N. There we go. Okay. Hey, Thindall. Hello. Would there be much of a benefit to removing some unused fields like description from the cached objects? Sure. I might need it in the future. So, right, it's a question of I might need it. The storage space is less than a K for each one of those. Right? Like, look at that. It's right. So deleting the description is going to result in how much more the offline image URL, the view count, the email. I don't get the email. So, right. I mean, I could certainly set it, set my serialization to delete null fields when I go to push it over here. So at least it doesn't include the email. I could probably remove the view count. Sure. Is it going to save me a ton of space? No. I mean, right, we're talking about 400, what, the largest ones we have here are 800, 960 bytes. Thindall's got a regular catalog in there, dictionary going on with description of his account. Going up to 960 bytes. Man, 960 bytes. What are you doing with all them bytes? I saw a video yesterday where Nick Chapsis was going a little unplugged, going a little unhinged, complaining about somebody who was pushing as a good practice to change your enums so that instead of inheriting from int, they inherit from byte, because you only have 2 or 3 items in your enum. Why allocate a full int, a full 32 bytes for storing something that's either a 0, 1, 2, or a 3? Like, yeah, you know what? For storage, that kind of makes sense to knock that down and store a smaller space. Absolutely. However, and he made the very good point that he made, you're not squeezing that much memory. Memory is not your problem. Memory and storage of 1 or 2 enums that you're pushing around isn't the speed problem in your application. The boost and memory utilization enhancement you get by changing an enum from an int to a byte is nothing. You're not putting gigabytes of enums into memory. And I would make a similar point here. I could reduce that and have a better use of my space. Sure. Without question. The 5-10 minutes that it would take me to refactor, to add that feature in there, and create that maintenance, additional set of methods to do that, are not worth my time for the benefit that it would create. And those are the types of decisions that we as developers have to make as we engage and work with our software. And it makes sense. It does make sense. So, why do they do this? Why do they do this? Let me answer a couple more questions here, and then we'll go Fritz Unplugged for a minute or two here. Lost Booty says, how can I make my layout interactive with interactive server? It's not working, and putting the interactive server on the router component causes weird loop navigation bugs. Tell me more. What do you mean? Because that works just fine out of the box here. Like, if you do .NET New Interactive Server Global, it will give you exactly that configuration. So I need a little more context on that. Can we take your question to the Blazor forum on the Discord? So I've specifically set up a Blazor forum for Q&A on the Discord so that we can share a little bit more code and get into those questions, because there's something else going on in your code there, Lost Booty, that I, without being able to see it, I can't really respond to. Premature optimization is the root of all evil, and many developers do it. And they over-engineer for that. And live coding, you're right. Some of us are right. There's the trade-off of we're mentally lazy, and you're not going to need it. Yagni is a very important thing. If you aren't gonna need it, don't do it. Welcome, Kankajiro. Hello. You have to stop spamming chat. No, it's okay. Don't worry about that. You feel like it's the same with Kubernetes. You don't need Kubernetes. If you need Kubernetes, you know that you need Kubernetes. You don't need Kubernetes. Even the folks that use Kubernetes don't need Kubernetes. You, as a developer, should be blissfully unaware that Kubernetes is being used. You should know that your stuff's running in a container. That's it. The orchestration, the hosting, the delivery of that, that's an operations person. And when you're a one-man shop delivering and hosting stuff, if you're a one-man shop, I say one man, but one-person shop that's building and managing stuff, even then, 99% of the time, you don't need Kubernetes. Somebody might be running Kubernetes behind the scenes for you, but you don't need it. Like if you're doing high-performance computing, in which case you're probably not using .NET. Really? Tell me more. Because I might disagree with you on that. You feel hurt. No, you don't want Kubernetes. No, you don't want Kubernetes. Okay, let's dive in and yeah, I'm going to call Windows Central out here for a second. Here's Windows Central, and they like to post all the things about all the Microsoft stuff. Where is it? Microsoft confirms May event for major Windows 11 AI features and new ARM Surface PCs. That's wonderful for May 20th. Somebody's being an idiot here. Hey, look what's May 21st. Somebody's being an idiot here. They're hosting an event for the press. The day before, they're going to have a couple thousand people attending for Microsoft Build. First off, they don't call it out in their article. Hey, Microsoft Build is the next day. Hey, that large developer event where Microsoft announces a whole bunch of things and introduces new features. Why aren't they talking about new hardware at their developer event the next day? Shame on you, Windows Central. Shame on you, Microsoft marketing, for not taking advantage and saying, well, let's just do it together. We've got a big audience of people that we can get excited about this, and we can show off the stuff. Like, I'm not a marketing genius, but like, don't be an idiot. And they're being idiots by saying, hey, we're not going to let you, person who's actually going to buy this equipment, look at it when we announce it. Because here's the thing about Microsoft Build. Watch this. I'm going to show you the agenda. The day before, they want you to come and pick up your badge and t-shirt. And the first day, there's 3 hours of keynotes. This is Eastern time, right? Like, that ends at 11 a.m. Pacific. Why not just add another hour? Stop for lunch, have the changeover, and after lunch, okay, now we're going to sessions. Just take the next hour. You know why? Because the next day, they've got another hour of keynotes. You have 4 hours of keynotes at this event. First off, what developer wants to sit in 4 hours of keynotes?
%60 of the time, it works every time.
No developer wants to sit in 4 hours of keynotes. None. Okay? Make your announcement, get off the stage, let us go learn something. So, why not show them the things that folks are interested in that they would light up about, and they would buy if you let them right then. Like, if you're telling me you're announcing a new product, new hardware, and it's going to be available for me to walk away with at a reduced rate because I'm a build attendee, I'd bring my checkbook. Marcus, thank you so much.
Marcus Voice Coder just resubscribed for 26 months.
High-tech redneck doesn't want to sit in 4 hours of planning and testing meetings a week, and you get paid for that. Is there a TLDR keynote event? No. And nothing else is happening during these 4 hours of keynotes. I gave them this feedback. But there is a laundry list of vice presidents that needs to appear and have their say. Because here's the thing, you developers out there, these keynotes are not for you. They're not for your boss. They're for your CTO. They're for your CIO, who's going to make a decision to buy a Microsoft product, to stick with Microsoft. And that's great content that those folks need to see. Developers that are paying to attend your event want training. They want to learn and be able to walk away with something that they can use to build the next thing. This is not telling developers, here's how to build the next thing. This is telling CTOs and CIOs, here's how to stay as a Microsoft customer and why you should stay as a Microsoft customer. Which are good messages to have. Absolutely. But the folks that you're trying to attract to a developer event don't give a damn about this. Don't give a damn about this, and they do give a damn. Not about that. What? No. And do care about that. Developers do want that. They want to buy them. They want to get them in their hands. They'd love to use them and show them off to their friends while they're at this event. Missed opportunities. Mismanagement. Is Surface's 16 gig of RAM enough? No. I want at least 32. My laptop, this laptop that you see me working on right now, has 64. 64. Okay. They don't make that. You can't buy a Microsoft laptop with 64 gig of RAM. So, You have mixed feelings about going to build if it gets approved, especially when the grapevine. I'm not going to be at build. I will not be at build. So they'll be on the chopping block if they don't push their products. No. Nope. That's not the case at all. It's a question of they need to show and appeal the market, the stock market. That's what it is. So, and look, there absolutely is a place for that. No question. We had an event called Connect that was exactly that. And it was great. Fantastic. Because it was focused, it was live broadcast, and you had, here's 3-4 hours of keynote information that was great for shareholders, for CTOs, CIOs of big companies. Those customers were invited and got to have personal meetings with folks to advise and show them how they can implement the new products and technologies that were being discussed and released. So they got a little bit of a nice white glove experience. And that's a terrific experience and a place to do that that's focused and fixed to deliver to those type of high-end corporate customers. This is why I believe and I deliver and I encourage folks to tune in and watch and help with .NET Conf. Because .NET Conf is for you, the developer. It is built by a developer. It's managed and developed and produced by other developers. Because we know what you want to learn. We know what the interesting things are that we're going to be announcing, and we're going to focus and deliver those because we know you're going to get excited when you see and try and get your hands on some of this stuff. And that's why .NET Conf doesn't just give you video to watch. We respond to chat. Speakers are interacting with you, and we're going to level that up even more this year. And you out there watching this right now, you're helping build that. Because that's what we're going to do with TagsApp. There's a whole lot more coming. One of the big things that we need to get done is going to be Instagram integration. We're going to get that built and loaded in there. Will I upload this stream to YouTube? It already is. It's already on. We're broadcasting live on YouTube right now. So yes, it is there now, and you can go back and rewind and go back and forth. Build just became subverted to Ignite? No. Build is a show that talks about the new developer tools and technologies and services that are available. Talks about it. There is no training at Build. Presents and gives demos, but there is no training. Microsoft Ignite talks about the new services, features, tools to help you manage your organization, manage your Microsoft 365 services, add features to those, where it talks about all the new features that are coming out around Microsoft 365, around Azure services for your operations teams to implement so that developers can take advantage of those. Neither one of those provides training. They've removed training from both events. There are no hands-on labs. There are no interactive sessions with teachers that are giving workshops. Those types of interactions are not present at those events anymore. I'm not speaking out of line. That's fact. The types of content that they present. They present what they call discussions, and they present lectures, sessions where somebody's presenting at the front of the room. Some of those rooms are made available to watch on the internet. I'm not speaking out of line. You can see that information on the Build website, on the Ignite website. .NET Conf, we do offer you training. All the samples, all the code, all the slides are available for you immediately. We do take you through live samples. We tell the instructors, we tell the community and the Microsoft presenters to minimize the amount of slides that they show, because we want to focus on getting content. Can I show what I use to view Redis? Yeah, absolutely. Rolly rolls. This is a tool called Redis Insight. No. Give me a splash screen here. There we go. There you go. It's called Redis Insight. It's available cross-platform for Windows, Mac, and Linux. It looks like an Electron app, to be frank. But real easy to download and point it to various services, right? I have it connected there to my Azure instance out there, to my local instance that's running in a container. And, right, I can pop it open and browse through and see, oh, look, these are just vaporized. But I can browse and search for different content here. So you would want at least 32 gig as well. 64 is kind of excessive for a laptop like Surface. Don't know. Maybe. So. Stacy Clouds.
Stacy Clouds just resubscribed for 14 months.
Thank you so much. 14 months with us, and I'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. All right, so I've ranted about this enough. And I do have strong feelings about helping developers do more. And I want to enable and empower those developers with the content, with the materials they need, and the direction that I see from folks in putting this content together is not that. And I'm going to be frank about that. That this is the type of content you get, and everybody knows it. So, how you doing there, Stacy? Thank you so much for the resub. Let's all right. Let's go on to the big piece that our friend Napalm's been working on. Close that, close that, close that. Don't need that. That should. Yeah, there we go. All right. So Napalm has been adding OpenTelemetry to TagsApp. This is really cool. So we've always had, right, with ASP.NET Core, right? I'll close that one and we'll go back over here. We've always had a bit of logging that pops out here that we can do stuff with, right? We can parse this, we can load it somewhere, but we don't really have a good visualization on top of this. You're awake enough to watch today. That's a good day. That's great. Jan, let me come back to your question in just a minute. I'm going to open up the waterfall view so I remember to come back to it, okay? So OpenTelemetry is a standard way for us to send logs and telemetry, right? Statistics about how our application is running to various providers that can consume and present that in dashboards and logs, log search display mechanisms, right? And Sean Napalm has worked on a little bit of a blog post here. I encourage you to check this out. But here inside of Loki, we can start to see log information that's being captured and made available for our application. So if you want to run TagsApp locally, you can wire up and look at the logs and scan through them using Loki. Very cool. There's ASP.NET dashboards that are made available for you directly for the Blazor version of the application so that you can see content. And we started putting together our first set of custom metrics so that we can look at business metrics, right? There's the technical metrics that we have that we want to know. Gosh, how many HTTP client requests are you making that are erroring out? How many warning messages are we getting in our code? How many errors? Where are the error logs? How do I go through and find those? Those kinds of things. But the business metrics that we want to know, like, who are my top posters? Who are sending the most content through that we would want to take a look at here, right? So this was a test that Napalm ran yesterday, and here you can see where we want to get the logo to appear, and it might be nice to turn sideways. To have something where it's looking at Mastodon and saying, hey, I found 4 messages from Alvin that reference #.net, and from S. Vaus and Jeremy Miller and M. Apache and Korstian, to be able to see, well, here's those top folks that are posting, and be able to scroll down and see when we received those posts. That's powerful business information that we can use, right? And this is just a start here, right? Just ideas so that as we learn more about Prometheus, as we learn more about, why am I forgetting the name of the dashboard tool? Not Prometheus. I'm blanking on this. Grafana, thank you. As we start wanting to create more, now we can go through and create some real business value, being able to search through and have dashboards that can be managed and used outside the application to see what's going on around this. I saw a message over there from Badger. What is the overlay portrait? Is that hooked up? It is. It does work. It's I just don't have it on this user interface. I'll show that real quick. So the overlay and the portrait overlay are additional ways that you can show content, so that when you're on the waterfall view and I bring up a message, it also shows up in these layouts. See, I need to clean that up a little bit so that you can embed it inside the stream. Very cool stuff. So, and I think there's some customization we want to be able to do with this as well. So those are available. There's some enhancements I think we want to do to make them a little bit more resilient on SignalR interactions here. Did I see? Hey, Mom. Good to see you. Mom's here, friends. Look at that. Hi, Mom. Good morning. And most content doesn't exactly mean what you want to look at. No. However, what are those people talking about? Is there something there that we should dig into and look at? Yeah, Mom's here, right? My Stream Deck went to sleep on me. Hello? Hello? No, it looks like the Stream Deck software just crashed over here. Right? There it is. Yeah, okay, there's Mom.
Hey, Mom! We get some meatloaf! We want it now! The meatloaf!
The meatloaf. Oh, the meatloaf.
I never know what she's doing.
See, look at that. Thank you so much, friends, for saying hello. Quoting Pride and Prejudice, yes. So those features are available there that we can light up and start using, and I should use more of in what's it called? In tomorrow's stream. So good, move that. So let me go back to this question from, I guess it's Jan24. Any good cloud image storage for ASP? Well, you can use any of the cloud storage services. Azure Storage, S3, all work great. What are your requirements? Like, there's blob storage out there you can use for storing images and downloading and referencing and getting content. What are you looking for? There you go. Look at that. Thank you, Stacy. See, right there. Look at all the folks saying hello to Mom. Look at that. So the OpenTelemetry stuff, let's merge this in, because then we can start to look at and interact with some of that telemetry, right? So Docker Compose is going to be necessary to get the observability stack spun up so that we can start interacting with it. So there we go. Grafana setup utilizing Tempo for tracing, with Prometheus for metrics and Loki for logging, right? So we've got these 4 elements that we're standing up to be able to interact with. Yeah, any object storage should work for that. You're right, Big Pod. Yeah. So we've already been through and we've looked at this. So I'm just going to merge right away and take these changes. And we'll be able to dig in and take a look at this. Now, the messages and things that have already been logged and received, they won't appear in the logs that Grafana starts providing and Loki starts looking at. So let me pull that. I'm going to push those changes. I think, did it just... No, we're okay. All right. Yes, you need to restart. You need to restart, little friend. And there it is. So now if I go down here, and that's interesting. It didn't. Come on now, Chrome. Let's take a quick look at Docker Compose. I'm in the wrong folder. Let's just spin up another. Right, Docker Compose. Was it that one? I've got 2 mice here, and it's one too many. Docker Compose. Let's do that. So, I'm going to split again. And paste that in there. Why don't you like that? Okay, that's too small. Go back over here. Do that here. Tell me what the issue is. Unknown flag F. Oh, wait a sec. It dropped the dash. See it there? fine. I thought I had that. Look at this, installing apps on the fly here. So, and then we'll dive back in. You're writing a comic reader type of website. Oh, neat. So you need image transformations if available. One option I saw is Cloudinary. To do image translation, image transformations. So I don't know of services that do that automatically, but all of the samples for Azure Functions that do blob triggers do exactly that. So, is Docker Compose deprecated? No. No. There we go. Try that again. Right, and that's... Yeah, that's just going to set up the container so that it can receive the information and get that started. It wouldn't let me Docker space compose. Like, and my tools are up to date. Right, Docker compose? No. No. That's not in my list of tools. You sure about that? Swarm. But I do not have compose here. There it is running. I hear you that's now a thing, but I... Compose v1 stopped receiving updates and is no longer in Docker desktop. Docker Compose v2, okay. Install the Compose plugin. And you need to install it as a plugin. So it's not in the Docker tools by default. You need to add it. And quite frankly, that's ugly. That's working. Too far. So let's restart that. Database is already up to date. Good. And then this every now and again this happens that, well, it didn't finish starting the server yet. try that again. Make that a little bit clearer. No, it's not starting the website. Sure. Yeah. Okay. It's running, but the watch didn't connect for some reason. So I'll open that back up. And I should be able to... Right, what's the Grafana address? Give me another one. Docker compose local. Is it 3000? $3,100 is Loki. 3000. Yeah, okay. So localhost 3000. And yes, all kinds of tutorials and things, blah, blah, blah. Do I need to sign in? Look at that, Tags app dashboard. So I can look at ASP.NET Core. What's the other one there? No data yet, really. Like, should be getting something. That was interesting. I thought I control clicked. And it's not open. Oh, that's not control, that's why. Right, and bouncing around in here. Nothing yet. Let's check that dashboard. So we need some data, friends. For the last hour. I'm guessing we're just running into data hasn't loaded yet. Oh, wait a sec. This bothers me. Getting data. Request completed. Exporting failed. Exporting failed to Loki. It's getting messages. Okay. Is there a refresh button? Yeah, there we go. No data yet. Still no data. So those messages are not coming through. Mastodon's the only instrumented. Okay, so we need to get that rolled out on some of the other providers. And we know that, okay. But I'm not getting messages from Twitch right now. Loki was at 3,100. Oh, really? Right. There's Loki. I thought it was at 3,100. Go to Prometheus on 9090. No, can't get there either. Yeah, I think you're right. Something isn't running correctly. There's Grafana. Trying to go to Loki 3,100 and getting error received from Loki. Let me restart this. And let me install that Compose plugin. What was it? apt-get update, right? Yeah. No. No. But trying to start that, everything starts properly. There's Grafana. Loki exited with code 1. Prometheus exited with code 2. Make directory, Loki rules, permission denied. Yeah, so none of this stuff worked. No timer size retention. I'm looking for the error from Prometheus. Failed to create directory for logging active queries. It's not allowed to create a folder permissions. So is it trying to create those folders outside? Hey there, Blissai. Thank you so much for the resub.
Resubscribed for 21 months.
Thank you so much. 21 months with us. And I'll make another donation to the American Cancer Society. What folders is it? Is it trying to create a Loki folder outside? Observability config tempo dash data, Loki dash data, and Loki. Yeah. Loki dash data. Yeah, it's there. Loki dash data. Oh, look at that. Right, like that. Ugh. What? Right, it's something like that. Yeah. And I need to do that to Loki data and Prometheus data. See how that worked. Works on your machine. Nope, Loki still exited. Permission denied. Make directory Loki rules. Look at those permissions again. Let me put right on those. Right. Did we get it? Nope, can't make. I added it permission for me. It's running in the context of Docker. Yeah, it's not running. Right? It's going to make those. Is there anything inside of them to execute? No. So let's make these 755. Hey, Makaru. I'm doing well. No, it mounts as Docker. No, I don't want to make him 755. I want to make him 766. Yeah. And inside there, yeah, there's root entries in there. Is there a recursive flag on shown? Yeah. It was capital R. All right. I'll do it here. Where's the one with Loki? There it is. So what's in there? And in there. It's read write me. It's attention, but yep, I'll get the Yeah, I did Prometheus data. So I'll change over to 766. Right, so I'll exit here. Right, I'll do the chmod. Right, that should be recursive. Dear Lord. Permissions. Yeah. And now let's do the Docker compose. See if that picks up now. Nope. Permission denied. Initializing stat Loki dash rules. No, it wants 777 all the way down. Developers. Hey there, Andrew. Welcome. Yeah, attention should have fired. Tempo data, Loki data, yeah. I'll make it 777. I don't like that. What do you mean permission? Whatever. And the last one was Loki data. Right, I feel like I'm swinging a sledgehammer here. There we go. Dear Lord. Okay. So if I go back to here, it's running. It's been running. Minimal March always makes you glad you use a Mac and Windows. That's fair. Can I get a couple more messages there in chat? I want to make sure that they're properly coming all the way through. There we go. So ASP.NET Core. Let's see if we start to get some information flowing through. Yep, don't need that anymore. Sure looks like it's collecting information. Give me this one, and give me that one. There we go. There we go. Hey, PC nerd. Now we're getting content. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So this dashboard is what comes out of the box with ASP.NET Core when you install the OpenTelemetry configuration and the Grafana dashboards for ASP.NET Core. YouTube, the YouTube chat badger is broken right now, and we need to do an update, do a little bit of a rewrite there. Hey, Bast, hey Bast, how's it going? And over here, we don't have Twitch instrumented right now. Why don't we take a look and see if we can instrument Twitch chat real quick, so that it starts appearing on here. Yeah, Restream sometimes carries your messages through. That one made it through. See, there it is. So it's going well. Thanks so much for asking. But we're now getting the instrumentation. I'll have to update that, the dashboard. Okay. So I'm going to jump over to my zeroth here. Jump down here, and let's do a git checkout. Let's create a feature Twitch hotel, which kind of looks like Twit Hotel. See if named volumes is the better alternative. Yeah, there's, yeah. So Twitch it in the dashboard. Let's see what we can get. Like, right? Hello? Thank you. So you added instrumentation to Mastodon. Mastodon has an instrumentation, messages received counter, messages by author counter, and it's just 2 counters with 2 methods, add messages, add messages. Well, that looks pretty easy. Like, let's just copy that into the Twitch chat folder and update it. It is kind of like the Hotel California, except it's for your chat. So that'll be cool. Oh, it's going to be a fun afternoon. It's going to be a fun afternoon. All right. I wanted to go into source. I'm going to go tags app, providers, Mastodon, and I'm going to copy Mastodon instrumentation into the, come on, there we go, providers, Twitch chat. And I should have given it a name over there. Okay. And let me change that from Mastodon instrumentation to Twitch chat instrumentation CS. And I'll go to Twitch chat here. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Twitch chat. No, go back. Close out of that. Oh boy. Tags app, providers, Twitch chat, to tags app, providers, Twitch chat, and it's Twitch chat instrumentation CS. So go back into that. There we go. And I'll rename this. I'll delete that. I'll call it Twitch chat because it's could be different. Twitch chat messages received. Counter for... Oh! There we go. Nice. Okay. I think that works. Consistency is huge here, right? Napalm gave us a nice template, and that we're able to just move things along with. I like that a lot, right? So I bet you had to add some configuration here. You added it as a singleton. Okay. So... services, add, singleton, Twitch, chat, instrumentation. Right? No, it was in here. Yeah, okay. And inside the actual provider, you updated it to also receive the instrumentation. The copy pasta going on here? Totally agree. Could it appear inside of a base provider class? Maybe. Right, so... Twitch chat instrumentation. There we go. Private read-only Twitch chat instrumentation. Easy for me to type. Right, and this is all stuff that the IDE does for us automatically. Yeah, YouTube sees the comments. We did use reflection to register things previously, and it's a little bit of a mess when, in fact, it just makes it a heck of a lot easier to hard code it. And the reflection wasn't giving us significant value. It was a good thought experiment. It was something interesting to work through, but the advantage that it was trying to give us was outweighed by... we still got to reference these things anyway. Okay, so what did we do to actually use the instrumentation? So when we, right, this is inside getting messages. Ooh. Yeah, get content for hashtag. And add information about those messages. For each username in those, instrument those messages. For username in messages, select username. Okay. That's not getting a distinct. Okay. You went to the Microsoft AI Day yesterday, so you were in which location? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to grab that right there. And right down here where it's getting... Wait. That's on client new message. Let's do it in get content. If it's not running, if it's connected, messages. If we don't have any messages, and then it empties the queue. Yeah. So let's put that. And I'm just going to yank the exact same things that you had over here because it works. So what is that? 6YY? Yep, that's fine. Put that there. That should do it. The one in Johannesburg. There you go. So I just did a .NET build on that. Let me do a .NET run so that it picks up and starts logging the Twitch chat. Now, Napalm, you were saying... where's the error? List content does not contain a definition for length. Oh, really? Really? 157 and 159. Using system link expressions. Do that again. Oh, come on. Do that again. Come on now. Really? It does too have length. What? List C# list length. Count. Oh, jeez. That's fine. Fine. 158, 160. Right. So I don't need this. 157. Because it's a list, not a... Do that again. Content does not contain definition for account. 159. No, it doesn't. Oh boy. Does it have an is empty? I don't know. Does it? It's... What type is content? Right, the messages are from contents. Which is of type content. Really? Really? So what's the type of content? Right, where is... Yeah. I want .author.username. Ooh. Yeah, .NET and Tmux is brutal. It's really hard. Compared to all the code completion stuff that we're used to. So, now... that should start loading. Right, let's see if we start getting our content flowing through. That got disconnected. See, there's a... yeah. If you have many repositories in an org, is it a good idea to write an action to do a find replace to change a string? Change it to a constant, maybe. It is hard to code. It is. Now you're telling me I need to update the dashboard. So, right, if we do an edit here, Sort descending, max over time, Mastodon messages by author message total. Yeah. So how do we get transforms allow data to be changed in various ways? Joining data together. That sounds like what we want to do. Convert, extract fields, histogram, join by field, join by labels. I don't want to join. I want to like union. Combine? Right. I don't know how to do this, so let's combine what? Oof. That's brutal, high-tech redneck. So how do we... Right, I want to... Yeah, combine. And it looks like it doesn't know about other series. Increase Mastodon messages received total by rate interval. What was... So I just have Twitch chat metrics. So where does that flow through? Is that in Prometheus then? Easier to do that at 9090. Okay. Ooh, here we are. Wow. Okay, something new. Okay, so we can run queries. Okay. How do I add to the table? There's a time. Like, is there a helper here? Metrics Explorer. Ooh. There's the Mastodon. Does it have the Twitch chat stuff? Be great if I could like start typing and it would show me. No, it's not there. Okay. No, it doesn't have it. So do I need to add that anywhere else? Like, is there somewhere up in program here where the telemetry is added? can't set a breakpoint. Add OpenTelemetry logging. Is that defined anywhere else? Yeah, Caveman and VI. That's me. That's me. Docker compose local. The tags app dashboard. Config. OpenTelemetry extensions. I need to add in there the Twitch metrics. Are they referenced anywhere else? No. So adding the Mastodon metrics in there. And there, okay. So I didn't go through and add them. And where was it? OpenTelemetry extensions. Here. What? And to the point of that feels like something that we should probably generificate. I can't kill it. There, it finally died. Let's see if it starts flowing through. Reflection to add to register the OpenTelemetry. We might be able to just move some things around and get it to just pick up, discover, and make them available. So back in here, forgot about that, and let me reconnect. Let me get another test message flowing through. There it is. So if I go back into here, refresh. Doesn't see Twitch yet. Right, it's aggregating data in there, it looks like. Yeah, Twitch chat metrics. So it's getting them. There they are. Okay. So look, there's one message received. So I'm getting it. I think I saw somebody with a message in there. Top K, 5, some by author, sort descending, max over time. Some of those additional messages should flow through. Or does it just take a little bit to arrive over here? Yeah, there we go. I don't know what I changed, but sure. That's in UTC. Like, okay. All right. We're getting data. Take the time out and use the hour thing on the left. It's only showing 2 messages that it's received. What else do we have in here that it's finding? That's the only message. If I look at Mastodon, what else does it know? It knows the by author message total. So why am I not getting the Twitch chat by author message? Try the table view for now. And 4. So, yeah. Right, this is clearly not a live interaction. Change that to local time. Yeah, that's the current time. So, okay, it is getting messages flowing through. Okay. I'm bottlenecked. There's a 15-second scrape interval in Prometheus. Okay. I'm okay with that. Yeah, look at that resolution, 14 seconds. I'm okay with that. Like, I don't need to see live data on this. So, if I go back to here, that's not Mastodon. It's reporting those as Mastodon. Did I screw up? I probably did. Yeah, I did. Well, it worked. Let that spin down, and then I'll run it again, and it'll start logging. Dun, 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 dun. And it would kind of make sense to have multiple little message doodad, and now it's a leaderboard. A little bit, right? No, don't share. I don't want to share. Sort by author, max over time, blah, blah, blah. So, If I go back over to Prometheus, so that should be logging messages. Now I know why it wasn't logging it before. So the Prometheus sharpener, a little bit of a leaderboard, not gonna lie. Shouldn't I be 15-second resolution? Fine. Right, I'll be impatient. There they are. So, one with an author, Eric Van Artstalen. There we go. Prometheus query language is weird. Gonna have to agree with you. So, can I copy this? Hey, look at that. Like, and instead, can I just change this to Twitch chat? And then what happens? I want to put that in a separate panel. Right? Is there a duplicate? Yeah, duplicate. Right? So, so edit. Can I change the title there? Can I make this top 5 Twitch chatters? Right? And how do I edit that? Add a query? Oh, okay. Sure. ChatGPT does terrible with Prometheus. Yeah. That's taking a real long time loading there, huh? So if I just paste in the query that I wrote earlier. And delete this one. Right? So where's it getting the value from? Add value mappings. Apply? It didn't apply. It didn't change. Hey, UNESCO.
Janice Q7 just resubscribed for 26 months.
Thank you so much for the resub. And much appreciated. It still says posters, even though it's changed it to... No, fine. Right, okay. Vertical gradient. I'm gonna... How do we sort it? How do you sort the values? Sum by author, sort descending. That's not descending. It just periodically ignores. Oh, nice. Try changing the type under options. I'm learning this. Value options, calculation. Unit, scale units, min, max.
Hey, listen.
Under the query. Those options. Okay. I have to click apply up there and then wait for it to refresh?
Squirrel.
Better. That's better. There we go. And max over time. So where's the range coming? Last hour. Okay. Now, post received here. This is Mastodon total. I'm going to change this to Twitch chat. Because that's more of where we're actually looking at live information, but I think there's an update here. Twitch chat, messages received. Can I move that there? Move this kind of over here somewhere. Come here. You way over here. Put this like up in here, something like that. Like this. And that's not updating with anything. What do we got? Nothing. Let me move that here. So why aren't we getting any data on that? Yeah, it's right. If I convert that to right. Local browser time. That's still the wrong time. No, that's okay. No. No, that's like UTC time. even going back 6 hours so that I cover into now, it's not finding anything. But that's updating properly. I'm going to park this for right now. I'm going to park this for right now. We've made awesome progress on that. See, look, Surly's trying to move up the list there of Twitch chatters. Look at this. Right? Commit and ship? I think so. Because I think there's an opportunity to bring in some other folks who do know these tools a little bit better and try and move this a little bit. I think there's other content that will build and add in here that will provide other information. So this was supposed to be just Mastodon. Yeah, the auto refresh is turned on. Right? Turn it on. It says 15 seconds. What's 5 seconds mean? Yeah. The refresh is at every 5 seconds it'll update. So, like, that's really, really cool. Yeah, see, look, Surly's trying to move up the list here. The drive's getting... No, it's not. CPU's not busy, memory's not busy. They're all writing to disk at the same time. And when they're distributed on separate services and the like, makes it a little bit easier. Maybe. Yeah, certainly you could just write one letter per message. Pain in the neck, I tell you. Look at this, trying to cheat. Is this visible from the internet? No. See, now here comes Mr. Magoo. Like, there's definitely a thing here where, right, as an internal thing to be able to watch and interact with, not bad, right? Like, this type of reporting and measuring of what's going on out there. And we could block that. Right? There's probably also metrics we want to pass through about accepted and rejected messages as well, right? Who are the posters with content that's been accepted? Who are the posters with content that's been rejected? We're right at the beginning of this. And what Napalm has given us is a canvas to go out and start inventing and build some interesting features here. Can you redeem 100,000 Fritz bits and get... There we go. How's that? We do need to fix that. Yeah. But this still isn't loading, right? We're somewhere. Managers love visualizations. Yes. That's part of what we're doing here, is figuring out how to do more visualizations. So we're getting there, right? Like, we're trying something new and we're getting there. That feels good. Did that save it? Like, what do we got over here? Do I need to save that dashboard configuration somewhere? Like, right, there it is. And do it at the command line. Come on now. No. Yeah, there it is. Tags app dashboard, blah, blah, blah. So if I copy from downloads, tags app dashboard, and put that in observability, dashboards. What? Oh. Oh. Right, and let's see. Yeah, now there's two of them. Which one do I keep? Keep the one from 1209. Oh, 819. Don't make me key the rest of that. It's right there. Yeah, whatever. 108.08. There it is. Cool. I'll go up one more. Add all the things. Commit. Added. Twitch chat metrics. Cool. And we're going to move on to our next project. Not that I'm abandoning this. I'm not abandoning this. I'm actually... let's do that. I'm going to stop tags app. Yep, cancel that. Shut it down. And I'll send through that additional telemetry. Nice. So we'll learn how to do more of that and add some more. If there's folks out there that know Prometheus a heck of a lot better than us, and you want to contribute a little bit, I would be all ears. And now there's Twitch chat metrics available. There we go. Cool. So I need a front door for Tags app. I need some place that you can go. Right now, when people ask about Tags app, I send them here. And there's a nice README, but I need a front door. I need some place that says, here's what Tags app is. It's a real thing that we're actually working on. Go. So a simple one-page front door that explains what it is with a link off to here, link off to the Discord for folks that want to learn more. Done. Maybe a couple images. I think we edit together some folks using Tags app and make it something that has a little bit of a presence. I do have the tagsapp.net domain. So, excuse me, we can create a little website, push it up to a repository, and let it go out to the world. So I have, I believe, right? Did I? Tagsapp.web. Nope, it's not here. It will be. We should probably put it on Fritz and Friends. Create another repository. Owner. I have too many people. I have too many collections. Tags. App. Web. The public website. Introducing the public front door landing page. About Tags app. There we go. Sure, add a README file. I don't care. Do we need a GitHub template? Sure we do. It's Visual Studio. Choose a license. I don't care. Don't need a project, don't need a wiki. Why is Kyoto such an amazing tool? They've done some interesting things with that. I have some reservations around it. The direct content that it generates sometimes isn't the most .NET friendly, but it does a pretty good job of getting things set up and visible for folks. No doubt. No doubt. All right. We've got about 45 minutes here. I think we can... go through and do something. Do I have this right? That Wrexham is playing right now? What? Wrexham, AFC, Co, UK. No, they're not playing right now. The reserves were playing. Okay. It's like, why am I seeing tweets about Wrexham? It's the reserves. They don't know. Okay. So, I started. We can close you. We're going to close all of you. Fine. I started allocating space for this so that we could work over here. Clear that. Tags app. Web. There we go. Darn it. Look, I got a hello world. That's all you really need. No. Okay. Over here. Yeah. So, components, pages, home. Right, so there's the home page, which we're going to build out here. I'm going to open another Vim. Hey there, live in the game, or is it live in the game? Hello, thank you for the follow. Drop down another one here, and I'm going to go to layout. One more. Down into there. And let's put this one into the CSS. Is that the right one I want? Might not be. Might be want to be over there. We'll see. I've got plenty of spaces for Vim to work here. So I took the default template. I yanked this side panel off because I don't want a side panel. I want a nice smooth scrolling from top to bottom. I tried looking at templates. Folks that have already built stuff like this, nah, they're all kind of garbage. They're all kind of garbage, and none of them really do the things that I want. So I don't really want... Well, I want to have my menu items over here about here's the various sections of the site. And I want to have rows going down the middle that are, here's the information about this. Let's go to the header component at least, which is here. Right now it just has the about, top row, and top row is defined to say justify content to the end. But I'd like them to be to the outsides. So that I can have two sides. Right, so if I yank that, top row, right? And do that. Can I do that and go back here and delete this and say left? Start? Something like that. Okay. So inside my header. Right, so I could put another div in here and say ID equals right. That didn't put it on the right. Why not? Do I think Visual Studio 2025 will have support for Rust? Who's talking about Visual Studio 2025? And what makes you think it doesn't have support for Rust right now? No, there is no release cadence. No. We had Visual Studio 2010, 2012, 2013, 2015, 2017, 2019, 2022. Is there a 2024? So, like, who's to say? What makes you think that it doesn't have support for Rust? Take a look. Take a look. Let's see what we got here. Let's fix this. Top row, top right. Position sticky, so that should keep it at the top. Display flex. Align items center. So isn't there like a justify content? And then flex end, flex start. Do we want just justify item stretch? So then when we add another item here, right? ID equals masthead. Right, and it's not doing that. End of life for 2019 is next month. Paid is 2027. Yeah, right. The white theme. Yeah, I know. I know. Justify content. There we go. That one. Space between. So there are... And then I don't need the left and right stuff. Right? Justify content, space between. Cool. Okay. So now they're aligned on the far ends. I don't want that background color. Where's Robert Tables? Border bottom. Right, isn't that a color? Isn't that a color? Sure. No. That's better. Okay. And we'll replace this with our logo. But now we'll start adding sections. I'm out of coffee. This is bad. And I think I also want to make sure let's go into components, layout. I want a Razor page, Razor component, which .NET new page? Nah, .NET new Razor component. And I'll call this footer.razor. See it rebuilding? Our friend Salma, you might know her as White Panther. She got a little... Oh, man, you named it Razor Razor? Can I rename that? No. There's got to be a rename. No. Fine. No, put me back over here for right now. Yeah, I know. Somebody's already... All right, I have another one already reading that. Fine. I was in here. Yeah. That's better. There we go. Our friend Salma, the White Panther. You see her here on Twitch and a couple other places on YouTube. She's doing a great job generating content and talking about a bunch of different things. But one thing that she was saying that really, really got to me this morning was, hey, why do we need footers on our websites? We don't need footers. Wait, you're going to put, what, a copyright down there? Who cares? You don't need that. You do. In some municipalities, you do have to declare your copyright over your content. In some municipalities, it's assumed. You naturally get that. However, if you don't declare it, when it comes time to challenge somebody who's copied things from your website, you don't even have that opportunity. So better to declare it and not need it than not declare it and be stuck. So I'm just going to add a simple footer here. Thank you. Right, that is just a quick copyright. 2024. And I don't need those. Fine. I've already got it open somewhere else. Yeah, over here. So and here I'll just say footer. So now I'll do some formatting. It's common to put a nav in the footer as well. For accessibility reasons and discoverability, it is. Yes, you're right. Totally agree, Steve. So let's do some formatting for that footer. Let's do text align center to start. Let's do font size 0.4 EM, too small. 6. Font weight bold. Background color. Height 3 EM. If I do display flex, right, and then align items, let's put the color on there. Is it align items or justify items? It's like, no, I was right with the align. And yeah. And now I can do justify content, justify items, like center. Nope, why didn't that pick up? Justify content? There it is. And then I can put other navigation stuff above. Display grid, place item. There's going to be more in here eventually. But if I do... Come here, you. Display grid, place item center. So get rid of that. Get rid of that. And then I can shrink that height. Come here. That's fine. That's fine. And I'll just copy all of that. Come over here. Touch, footer, razor, CSS. Footer. That's awful. What are you doing? Hey, Rita. How are you? Good to see you. Like, right now it's like, it says hot reload succeeded, but we know it doesn't usually. I forgot the color. Ah, darn it. Where was it? This one. Color. Yeah, see. Yeah, see. Okay. So now we'll create a little bit of a gap. Oh, I also want to put HTML smooth scrolling on. And the about. We'll move that somewhere down. So let's go back over here. I'll go into my app CSS. Yeah, scroll behavior smooth. Yeah. There's a bunch of other things in here that I'm going to end up getting rid of. I'm not going to lose sleep over that yet. Let me go back to header. And let's have this go to hash about. I'll leave that up. All right, so inside. Let's get rid of that. There is a way to drop into shell here. Tree navigation, file system, refresh current cursor directory, current root, change the current work directory, hidden files, bookmark to root. Oh, look, I didn't know you could bookmark. That's kind of neat. Hide that stuff. I'm not. I want to be working in home, but I want to get rid of that other stuff. Remove counter, remove weather, because we don't care about those. Yeah. There we are. So, hello world, welcome to your new app. Let's give this an ID and call this, this will be the splash screen, right? Something like that. ID equals about. Don't I need to put an anchor on these? Nav on footer might be common. Yeah. It absolutely is. Yeah, a little bit of a marketing site. Yep, you got it. This application was assembled primarily by Jeff Fritz at C# Fritz on his live coding stream starting in July 2023. It was used as part of .NET Conf 2023 and other events. The name C#. Oh, look at that. Okay. I'm going to call these a band. Because it's going to be a row, but I want it to be larger. Does Copilot work in command line yet? Supposedly it works in Vim, but I haven't installed it. We can refresh over there. That's header. Let's go back into app. Go to the end. Oh, look at all that goo for the background. For the Blazor error boundary. Yeah, whatever, that's fine. Okay. Thank you. Min height 20 EM. Display block. Okay. What did I call it? Splash screen. Can we say 80, is it VH? Is that right? Yeah, I spelled assembled wrong. Okay. I thought... Whatever. And footer should appear at the bottom. There it is. Okay. So we're getting somewhere. Right, so inside main, article, and then there's splash screen. I'm going to want that to go all the way across and not be inside article. Or get rid of the PX4 class. Yeah. Because I'll want the splash screen to go all the way across because I'm going to have some sort of a background image or something there. And yeah, so let's remove that. Right? I have a feeling we're going to modify content too. So I have those two, but I still feel like the splash screen should be like 55. Right, and if I shrink my browser, yeah, the next content is just off the bottom. Right? So, does GitHub do a scan at commit for things like spelling errors? It does not. You can set up GitHub Actions to do that, but by default, it does not. New content. Let's just establish a little bit of presence here on that GitHub repository that I created, just because I'm running out of time here. Git init, git remote add origin. There it is. Git pull origin main. What else in that? Oh, look at those .swap files. No, we're good there. How do I show the hidden files? Nope, git ignore, it was right there. star.swp. Yeah. First commit. And now it's available out in now I pushed directly here. I'm going to fork and turn this into the upstream. Okay. So I will I thought it was git remote remove. Git remote add origin, and it's this location. Cool. Git remote add upstream, and I'll go back to the other one. And you usually don't have to do this because the upstream is already out there. You just clone, you just fork, clone, and you're off and running. Add the upstream later if you want to sync with the upstream. You probably should. And away you go. Got about 10 minutes left. Hey there. Nair, welcome. So I want to put a logo in the corner. I have an about, and that about should properly scroll them up into the screen. I don't want it to do the navigation, so it's doing enhanced navigation. How do we turn off? Blazor, turn off enhanced navigation. I'm going to turn that off on these pages. Set disable DOM preservation to true. For blazor.start. Because I'm not doing any Blazor interactions on this. So I'll go into here and app. What is that? What is that? And paste. Ah, there we go. Join. Give me the rest of this. Cool. Bring this stuff back over here. Right, so I'm up at the top. Still did a blink. Why is it opening in a new browser? That's why. What? Because it's got a target blank on it, that's why. There we go. That should go to the top. All right, fine. I'll change it to an anchor. Yeah. Splash screen. Let's call it that. Right, so clicking that, it didn't go all the way to the top. Missing a double quote? You're right. Yeah, why is that scooting? Oh, because it's moving it to the top. And it's... is that something where... not top row here. Is the Hello World stuff part of the div that has the splash screen? Yes. Yeah. But when you're right, when you click, it doesn't quite put you. What if I do? ID equals hash. Right. Right, so I'm down here, click that. There we go. Even then, that might, like, I might have to do something like that. Not href. And as there's more content, so it doesn't scroll. Yes, the navbar is on top of Hello World, and that's right. That's why I moved that anchor and put that in there so that it scrolls back and forth nicely. So I've got lots more to put in here. Lots more to do. A couple of sections, right? Like, services supported. Where's the refresh? Let's go. It's rebuilding because of that? Whatever. And I have to add that section, and we'll build out appropriately. We didn't quite get to being able to deploy it, but we figured out a lot about OpenTelemetry today. Let's first version. Let's just call it first. Now, I thought I put the .swps in the git ignore. Right? Where's git ignore? Right? Do I have to go **/? No, it still doesn't pick it up. Why isn't it ignoring those by default? Like, there it is, star.swp. Tags app, web, components, pages, dot home. Yeah. Started adding sections. Cool. So that's now being built and out there so that we have a standalone site for this. And I'll create a deployment. I will create a GitHub action so that as updates are pushed in here, it automatically deploys out to a location on Azure, where someplace on the app service, so that I can put a really long output cache time on this. I have instructions on how to put long output cache times on content in my blog. I'm going to be copying that content over, and we're going to be applying that here so that we have this nice splash screen that lives at tagsapp.net. I'll do some work on that maybe tomorrow night. I'm not sure. I've got a lot of work to get done this week. But we're moving in the right direction because I want to make sure folks can find more about TagsApp. And what I might just do is, can I do that real quick? Do I have time? How am I on time? I've got time. Yeah, I've got time. All right, let's see if we, for right now, I'm going to get logged in over here. And I'm going to show you how I set up a URL redirect on Namecheap. But don't want to show everything. You know what I mean? There it was, tagsapp.net. Yeah, we were going to call this my tag. Yeah. I think it's a wildcard redirect I'm doing. I think that works. So I'll go back over here. I'm going to redirect to HTTPS. You see it's right here. GitHub.com, Fritz and Friends, TagsApp. So that for right now, if you go to tagsapp.net, it goes to the GitHub page. Lets you forward all subdomains that have not been created to a page. Yeah. I may refer to this tutorial. Don't mind if I do. Oh, fine. That's not the one I want. No. Copy that. Delete that. Yes, delete that. Yes, delete that. So redirect domain. I'm going to add a redirect for @ to that. Now, why doesn't it like that? Tagsapp.net. So if you go to tagsapp.net, it should go to the GitHub. I'm going to have to wait for that to propagate. There it goes. And if I still go to Twitch relay .tagsapp.net, API profile pics, C# Fritz. It should still, there it is. It still gives me the relay information about profile pictures. So at the very least, right now, I have a redirect that I can send folks to that will get them some information about TagsApp. It's the GitHub page for right now, but we'll eventually update this so that it does go to the brochureware landing page that we're building. And we'll do that a little bit more on Thursday. I want to make sure that you also have the information. Let me stop the music. Yeah, I want to make sure that you also have the information Friday right here, 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific. We're going to be hosting Modern.NET Web Day. We've got a handful. We've got 6 presenters that are going to be joining us. I'm going to be putting the schedule up just below me here on the Twitch channel, with folks talking about Blazor, talking about OpenAI, talking about modern architectures that you can use to build applications for the web. I've got Brady Gaster joining us to talk about .NET Aspire. We're going to talk about GitHub Copilot. It's going to be a fantastic day of learning. I hope you join me. It's going to be on YouTube. You can see the schedule item on the YouTube channel. Set a reminder there for that. Click the follow so that it reminds you when that event starts. If you're watching on Twitch, there's a scheduled item in the schedule just below. Make sure you catch up on that. Let me see who else is streaming on the big Twitch TV network that I can get you connected to. If you're watching on YouTube, I've got tons of other content here. Check that out, or some of the other friends that are linked there on the side. Let me see, who do I want to send you to? Let me get you connected with, looking around the horn here, let me get you connected with the ASP.NET Community Stand-Up. They're talking about the roadmap for ASP.NET Core, all right? Really great stuff that I want you to learn about, because they're building all the cool new features that you need. So here comes the raid to the Visual Studio channel on Twitch. Thank you so much for watching, everyone out there. I'll be back tomorrow on the Visual Studio channel on Twitch, on the .NET channel on YouTube, and we're going to be building more with Blazor, going through the Blazing Pizza workshop, AMA style, and we're going to be building and talking about adding forms and validation to an application. All right? Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll see you tomorrow. We'll be back Thursday, and we've got even more on Friday. All right? Have a great rest of your day. I wish you good health and good coding. Take care.